Hey everyone, this is day 19, where I will be going over Muradin, Murky, and Nazeebo. Muradin is from Warcraft. He is based on the Mountain King. We can see he has Stormbolt, Thunderclap, Bash, which they made into Skullcracker, and it's every third hit. His ultimate is Avatar, where he gets tankier and spell immunity. So he's unstoppable for 60 seconds. Obviously, we can't do that in HOTS. His tier, I would put him at high. He has good dive and peel. With Stormbolt and Haymaker, they're very reliable spells in ARAM. Or anywhere, really. Familiarity, medium. Those two heroics. We have Avatar, which just increases his base health 1000. That's pretty boring, but it does its job. I would probably add what Sonya does, where we have reduced CC effects on him. We have Avatar, also reduces duration of stuns, roots, and slows by 50%.
10 seconds. Love it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Localized combat now beginning.
And his other heroic is Haymaker. It works well with his kit to Dwarf Toss, Stormbolt, and then Haymaker the enemy in the back to knock them to your team or to split them up. It deals pretty good damage. It knocks them pretty far. It's a good heroic. The 20 upgrades. For Haymaker, it gets a second charge, bonus damage, and cooldown reset as they die within 3 seconds. That one's fine. Allows you to more liberally use Haymaker. Especially if you can do takedowns within 3 seconds of it, you can pretty much Haymaker the entire enemy team. His other heroic upgrade for Avatar is he gets armor, and he gets reduced cooldown for his other two abilities, Thunderclap and Dwarf Toss whenever he attacks. Instead of armor, I was thinking of having Second Wind, his trait, always be active during Avatar. That way he gets... I'm replacing the armor with the region. So you get some bonus survivability. Actually, if I think about it, since his trait is flat region, it doesn't really synergize well with Avatar, so it should either A, be percentage based, or Avatar should not be flat HP based and give armor instead. That would make it synergize more. So we can go with Second Wind being percentage based, because Avatar does give bonus health in Warcraft 3. So I will just adjust Second Wind numbers to be the matching percentage. I'll just check based on his health at level 0. The reduced cooldown part for his other two abilities, I don't know if I really want that. Maybe just increased duration more. Also make it like the longest transformation, 50% increased duration, up to 30 seconds. Those other 20s, he has hardened skin, I believe. It's so the generic version. If you want it to be tanky, you would take Avatar. So hardened skin is unnecessary. I would replace that one. And he has rewind, which also lets him disable better because of the reset. I'd probably change it out just because it's doesn't really fit thematically.
Kill confirmed. Select a talent.
None can hide.
Double kill.
Lord of hatred.
Triple kill. Quad kill. Untouchable. Enemy keep annihilated. Vital signs negative. Enemy hero terminated. Elimination complete.
This is Haymaker. I actually might change to 20 slightly.
Enemy forces eradicated. MVP.
I mean, if I just made it takedowns reset, that would make it a lot easier to use. So you don't have to use that window. But I might take away the second charge as compensation. So we have your unstoppable force. It's being remade into Avatar. Has 50% increased duration. And second wind is always active. Is active. And second wind becomes and second wind is active. Yeah, let's just say always active. Obviously, telling applies during Avatar. His trait, Second Wind, heals 55 health. He has 2765. The threshold doubles the health. So 55 divided by 2765 is 2%, it looks like. So we change Second Wind. Heals for 2% of max HP. Threshold. Threshold becomes 50% HP. and heals for 4%. Oops. We have his abilities: Stormbolt, Thunderclap, Dwarf, Toss, and Second Wind. Stormbolt, I probably removed that freebie quest at 10. I don't like freebie quests. So he gets Pierce. Basic attacks reduce the cooldown and restore mana. I probably want less spam, so at some point I would have a Pierce talent for Stormbolt. I think he used to have that. Just call it Piercing Bolt. Stormbolt can pierce to hit an additional target. For Stormbolt, remove level 10 quest. Remove level 10 quest and reward. This thing increases the damage of Stormbolt. Let me just go out of order first. Third Wind. Let's make this instead of the almost doubled health regen, we would have, this is new, additional threshold at 25 at under 25% HP, heals for 8% of max HP per second. So that thing with Unstoppable Force actually will be very strong. We have Stone Form and active. %30 of his max health. I'd probably change this to be like a passive part, which is when Muradin has full HP, Second Wind gives shields up to let's say like, so he'd be healing 2%. Let's say up to 20% over 10 seconds. So it actually pretty much flips the functionality of the old Stone Form. This one you activate when you're low in battle. And right now this Stone Form, you just get shields before you enter battle. So yeah, that shields is an additional buffer. Technically would work under Avatar. And that also works good with armor, Dwarf Toss. And I know there's a repeat, Thunder Burn. I'll repeat it. I'd probably have... the repeat be a 16 Thunder Burn, and is triggered by Dwarf Toss. Dwarf Toss triggers Thunderclap at its impact location. Because you pretty much always Dwarf Toss Thunderclap. So the talent gives it to you for free, and then you can double Thunderclap if you wanted more burst damage, or you can Thunderclap like spread it out for the slow duration. Here's a bunch of old stuff, like this one is old, I probably removed that. That is just a modified burn talent. And this one's also based on Executioner. Remove that one. I probably keep Skullcracker as the only attack talent. You can see Bash stuns and deals a bit of bonus damage. So he probably wants an attack speed talent as somewhere. It would help with Bash or Skullcracker. Oh, I'm going to just call it Bash. Dwarf Launch. I would probably remove the cooldown bonus. The range is good, it helps him dive deeper. Remove cooldown bonus. I'll probably move Dwarf Launch to a earlier tier because Thunder Burn is going to be at 16. Heavy Impact is very heavy slow, and it helps land, makes sure you land Stormbolt. Just increase slow duration to 2 seconds, increase slow duration to 2 seconds, just to match the armor. This also gives bonus armor. We could actually put the bonus armor into Dwarf Launch, I think. Remove cooldown bonus and increases armor to 50 for 2 seconds. So that's about a 2/3 Increase to the armor. Uptime is 20%. 50 armor is pretty hefty. Here's a pretty hefty armor, a slow, and the thunderclap for damage. I'm not sure why thunderclap doesn't slow non-heroes. Let's just allow it to. Attack speed slow works on any enemies. Let's see, we have other Skullcracker. Let's also say rename the to Bash. We might actually put this at 1. So he also has increases Stormbolt damage. This one increases damage against non-hero targets. Sure, we can keep Sledgehammer. Damage bonus to 400%. And remove cooldown bonus. So this does a chunk of damage against structures or monsters, objectives. We actually do not have that many Stormbolt talents. Let's see, Pierce is probably, we can probably put it at like 13. It's behind 10, which she got for free. We could, sure, maybe have a damage thing for Stormbolt. Also maybe increased duration, because duration and range, I think. Maybe like 20% off the top of my head. Let's see, this is in the later tier. We can have Sledgehammer maybe kind of early. And then we're just taking the name Perfect Storm. Stormbolt has 20% increased range and duration. Range goes up to like 11-ish, and the duration is now 1.5 seconds. You can hit 2 targets. And it does insane damage to buildings. So yeah, I mean, it's not actually a damage spell really in Warcraft. It just has massive stun duration. Well, it does do good damage, but it's notable for its massive stun duration. If you want to damage Muradin, you would go Haymaker. I might remove the recharge part. I feel like I have too many execution takedown resetting things at 20 for a lot of heroes. This guy, he's not really meant to do that. So I might just make Grand Slam increase damage, knockback distance. Oh hey man. Nice to see you returning. And maybe he knocks back, what's that? 31 distance times 0.375, that's about 10 range. So we can maybe increase the distance. Oh, Haymaker. I'll just jot that down for now. Grand Slam. Increases Haymaker damage and knock back distance by 50%. Also makes it a bigger nuke to use. Damage would go up to about 470. That's like approaching full stats ulti, which is like 500-ish for Intraland Blast. So it's a very big nuke. I'm removing the reset aspect just to focus on a bigger punch. Let's see, for the Thunderclap talents, we have the increase slow. Increases the strength of the slow and the duration, also reduces the cooldown slightly of heroics. Thunderburn, I already talked about it. Healing stack, he heals for each hero hit. That one's fine. So he jumps into as many people as possible. He gets a decent amount of heal off. Also works good with the repeats. Reverberation, let's just change this to attack and move. Movement slow is also increased to 50%. Remove cooldown bonus. So yeah, the duration increase is also 1 second. We'll be keeping that. This is a change. Makes it harder to escape from him. Thunder Strike actually allows him to do decent damage, especially with Rewind, but I was going to take out Rewind. So his purpose is more of a tank than to do damage. So I might change Thunder Strike to something else. It seems I have a lot of space because I'm taking out a bunch of these old talents. Let's see. So I wanted to give him at least one attack speed talent. What's his attack speed? 1.1. 1.11. Maybe we could try that to Thunderclap. Every target he hits, or every heroic target he hits, increases attack speed. Maybe like 20% each? But you have this thing that heals for each hero hit. Okay, we had 3 Thunderclap talents that are competing. We could keep Thunderstrike as the single target nuke, the healing one for hitting as many heroes as possible, and then we would add let's call this like, let's think of a name later, but effect is like this. He gains 20% attack speed for each hero hit by Thunderclap for like 5 seconds maybe? Or let's just let's say 4 seconds. Because Thunderclap cooldown is 8. So the uptime would be half. Oh, for each hero hit by Thunderclap for 4 seconds. So this, it stacks, and then with Thunder Burn you can double Thunderclap. You can actually get massive attack speed bonus. I'll probably give him a second charge of Stormbolt because I took out Rewind. This is to compensate, and I would put this at 16. So I can pick between pretty much the double Stormbolt or the double Thunderclap. How many Leaming Orb resets are you guys going to give her? I'm counting 5, 6? It doesn't stop. Things that can interrupt Mosh Pit is Vala and Johanna. And transformed Alexstrasza. So I just have to catch half their team. I'm not sure if Artanis can actually catch me with his swap. No, he definitely should be able to. That's another thing I have to watch out for. Whoops. No team. Everyone's low. Alright. was so bad. So let's see. Gains 20% attack speed for each hero hit by thunderclap for 4 seconds. And we also have, let's call this dual hammers. Stormbolt gains a second charge. Let's call this like something with a lightning name, like Search? I don't know, Search.
That one was on a killing spree. An opportune intervention.
And maybe start putting down some talents. We would have dual hammers at 16. Thunderburn. We would have the 3 thunderclap talents. We could leave it at 13, I guess. So we're replacing Bronzebeard Rage with Surge. At third ting. And then we keep Healing Static and Thunder Strike. Let's just remove the passive part of Thunder Strike just so this focuses on Thunderclap. Remove passive bonus. So you can pick an upgrade to Thunderclap. We have... I wanted Skullcracker at 1. Piercing Bolt, we can actually... I guess we put at 7 because we don't really have space. Or actually... Once we make this a 20 and make it pierce all enemies... Because we have 2 hammers with increased range and duration. I'm actually kind of tempted. Stormbolt pierces all enemies. Stormbolt pierces all enemies. This is actually now a 20. So before 20, Stormbolt only hits the first target. After 20, it hits every target. You can stun for 1.5 seconds with this one, increased stun duration. So let's put Perfect Storm at, let's say 4. Because Sledgehammer is kind of special, so we put that at 7. Reverberation can probably be pretty early. So let's say this is a 1 talent. So we have 2 Dwarf Toss talents. Neither is worth 6 ting, so these would probably be at 4 and 7. This one actually could be at 1, I think. So you're choosing between added slow to Dwarf Toss or a stronger slow for Thunderclap. Yeah, that makes sense for these two to be competing. I believe slows don't stack. So let's put that one here, heavy impact. Third wind, let's put it at 4. Stone form, let's have it at 16, so you can also take it with Avatar and Unstoppable Force. Let's actually give him let's call it Resurrection Talent, where he's unkillable. I think they usually have 3-minute cooldowns. Let's call it Fourth Wind. And make it related to his traits. So we call this Fourth Wind. When Muradin takes, let's just say when he takes fatal damage. Let's just say he becomes protected for a few seconds. So you can regenerate this thing, right? 8% of your HP per second. Let's say he becomes protected for like... If he becomes protected for 5 seconds, he regens 25%, 24%, and then another 8%. He regens about a third. Once we just have this be a very short cooldown. Okay, let's actually do when he takes fatal damage, become unkillable for 3 seconds. 60-second cooldown. And reset second wind. Become unkillable for 3 seconds and reset his trait. I mean, this one, when he's not taken damage. When he has not taken damage. Okay, let's just say become protected. So you can go pretty deep. If you die, this thing triggers and you just regen a bit with your trait, second wind. It'll be 4% of your HP. So you can regen back 12% of your HP, or 24% with this one, third wind. Pretty much a must-have with fourth wind. I wonder why. Yeah, I think that's a fine 20. So then he would regenerate 24% of his HP. It's an okay spot. And then you can always like dwarf toss out and then just keep regenerating because like his trait is reset, right? The cooldown penalty. So then we, let's see, we have space at 4, 7, and another at 7. Where was the heavy impact? Was here. Dwarf launch. Probably a 7. Increase range. Or actually, I think the increased range ones should compete. So Perfect Storm and Dwarf launch should be with each other. But I might put these two at 7. Yeah, let's actually have Sledgehammer at 4. So these two are at 7, increased range. So then we have space for 2 more talents. Every third basic attack. It's like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I was thinking of having like a Rage or Bash every 6 basic attacks. Requires you to take the Bash talent first. He has increased attack damage here also. And I took out some AoE damage. Goes up to 45. That's still pretty minor. More slow. Well, let's have maybe another attack talent at 7. Maybe let's call this like a finishing blow, stunning a hero, increases the damage of his next attack by 100%. We could also just buff this damage bonus to 100%. Stunning a hero increases the damage of his next attack by 100%. So yeah, you normal attack, this triggers, you attack again, Skullcracker triggers, you attack again, this thing triggers. So yeah, this is kind of a change to give him the axe. Makes sense with his kit. And this also increases his single target damage. While Perfect Storm is more for AoE control. And we have one more spot at 4. Or actually, I might want Heavy Impact to be a stun. He's like the stun specialist now. So then if we push Heavy Impact here, and make the stun duration maybe like 0.5 seconds. So you jump on them with Dwarf Toss, you stun, you attack, you Stormbolt, you attack, and then you Skullcracker, and you attack. Wait, no. Maybe Dwarf Toss, attack, Sledgehammer, attack, Oh, Cracker procs. And finishing blow would proc for all of them. You can see that makes a lot of stuns for him. So let's rework heavy impact to Dwarf toss stuns enemies for 0.5 seconds. Okay, so we have a spot at 1. We can maybe split the two things at Dwarf launch. We put the range, wait, the range one here? Split the range and the armor bonus. Yeah, let's just do that. So if you want the 10 key talent, you take this Dwarf block. Dwarf toss armor bonus increased to 50. So yeah, you can actually go a Dwarf toss talent build. You have the armor makes you tanky, the stun, and then the 40% increased range. Or you can take all the stun talents and right attack talents. So yeah, I think this is it for Muradin. I just made him into like a stun specialist. Or maybe we will remove the bonus damage from Skullcracker. Yeah, let's just remove the bonus damage. Remove the bonus damage. Since you can take out one, its only purpose is to add a mini stun to every 3 attacks. Because the bonus damage is now in finishing blow. So yeah, you have a lot of stun and you have a lot of regen and 1 burst healing through healing static. Oh yeah, this thing stacks, obviously. Gains 20% attack speed for each hero hit by Thunderclap for 4 seconds. Stacks. Yes, and we will move on to the next hero, which is Murky. Murky is a Murloc from Warcraft. They're kind of a joke race. And there are also units in Warcraft. Maybe not too notable. So Murky is... Okay, first let's do tier. He's low. If you pick him, you're griefing. This one is medium. I don't think it's too hard to play. He's pretty unique in that his deaths are worth fourth. He also has about half the health of a normal carry. He respawns in 8 seconds. Which actually means he is effective late game because he still has the 8-second respawn timer while everyone else has about like 40 to 60 seconds. He doesn't use mana. His 2 heroics. He has March of the Murlocs. This thing applies a heavy slow because it stacks. It can do damage against structures, but I find this more effective in team fights. Especially if you flank the enemy team. Because it has the single target stun, octo grab. Upgrade this one. Yeah, it can be channeled infinitely. So you can siege with this against structures, then that is kind of fine. This one just increases the damage of the single target one because it doesn't do damage really. So other 20s he has this one, double health. So his health pool becomes like a normal sized hero. And this one lets him spam his slime. So we could look over his abilities. I don't have much to say probably because I don't like this guy. He just split pushes, but you can pick other people who do it more. You can push a lot faster. So I'm removing bribe talents, and I'll include on him. I'll just remove a fishy deal. He has these 2 spawn 8 talents. We can maybe add a third, fish eye. So if you put the egg pretty offensively, it provides pretty good vision. Egg hunt, I feel like is trash, but I'll just leave it there. Let's just say a slime cast is talented version, just to be consistent with pretty much all my changes. They are talented versions. And yeah, we can probably put this, since it's also spawn egg talent, as 1 instead, eggshell. I find it pretty weak though, because you can just deplete the shield and then you don't get it back. I believe this works with this one, double health. Pretty much makes the shield also double shield. So slime quest, he has slime time. Or actually, I might... Yeah, since I always put the quests at 1, I might put the egg taunts at 4. So let's actually have slime time, probably at 1. Let's have a quest for pufferfish. I'll probably steal this one and make it a quest because I don't like the max health as damage part. I would probably, let's rework this Wrath of Cod quest. Kill 100 minions with pufferfish. There's 7 to a wave, so you can get this within like a few minutes if you constantly do it. Reward is pufferfish. Deals 100% bonus damage over 5 seconds? Over a few seconds. Deals 100% bonus damage over... Quest. Kill 100 minions with pufferfish. Reward deals plus 100% damage over, let's say 5 seconds. So it's like a double damage pufferfish. So yeah, you can also use this to, this quest is more for the pushing Murky. And then the third quest is Living the Dream. This one makes sense to reset on death because he dies pretty easily as he's fragile. And you're rewarded for not dying. You get max stacks in 75 seconds. So that one's fine. Other slime talents, we have Black Lagoon. Lets him land slime easier. We have Toxic Buildup. That one's fine. And making Inky. So slime build gives him very high damage against heroes. Only if he himself doesn't die. So you can actually fight tanks with Fish Tank. He lifesteals through everything. He's a good attacks and abilities. So for pufferfish we have pufferfish. Makes a lot more tanky and deals more damage to slime targets. I feel like fish oil is actually really weak. So let's actually put fish oil first. And then we have tougher fish. And then that thing is quest. Safety bubble, we have slippery when wet. I will remove the cooldown bonus, remove cooldown bonus, and rejuvenating bubble. Rejuvenating bubble is fine. Just defensive upgrades because he's invulnerable during it. I don't think I'll actually remove anything. I removed bribe or... Oh, I didn't actually add anything. Well, I just shuffled the talents around. Let's just put them back. We have March of the Murlocs. And Octograb. The upgrades are never-ending Murlocs. And a Shark 2. These two can probably stay. I'm going to switch these two positions just so it's consistent. Because the talents are actually sorted by basic ability ordering. And then trait and then others. So this one kind of falls into its trait. We have the quests. Let's put them at 1 just so you can start stacking them. Let's put the egg talents at 4. We have Fish Eye, Egg Hunt, and Egg Shell. At 16, Toxic Buildup stays there. Probably have the puffer fish. Let's have tougher fish there. And we don't have that thing that got moved. Yeah, let's say tougher fish. Is at 16. So we have space at what, 7? So we have Black Lagoon, pretty simple.
You are terrible.
Fish oil is also pretty simple. And it seems we have...
The battle begins in 10 seconds.
I might also remove this one because we have this one for basic attacks and it's related to his abilities.
2, 1. To arms.
We could definitely have pufferfish has bigger area of effect. Maybe like 25%.
How do you like it?
So I essentially removed 2 talents. I will remove 2 talents. And then yeah, let's add pufferfish has bigger AoE. Maybe have that, yeah, compete with Black Lagoon. And then I would probably add the 3rd talent for his bubble because there's only 2 talents. Like it lacks talents. So his bubble makes him invulnerable for 2 seconds. He gets MS And he heals. I believe it's 20% per second. We could definitely have an increased duration for his bubble. 13 seems to kind of be a sustained tier. So we would have, let's see, the bubble HP regen. The life steal, we removed the shield part. We could also have
Choose a talent.
Rash. Huh.
Watch and learn.
I was thinking increase the bubble duration since he has so many talents that work with it. I'll probably say double the duration to 4 seconds. So you can slime, bubble slime.
How do you like it?
Fight for the future.
Have courage, mortal. Hope remains.
I'm getting strange readings.
Such daring.
I was thinking of making the 20 toxic buildup, but have it apply to every attack. And then making inky would probably be changed. Slime slows by 20%. This one increases damage and slow amount.
Here goes nothing.
Enemy slain. The angels smile on you. Double kill. Killing spree.
Maybe have slime slow can now stack. But with the quest, it's 30% slow, which is actually a lot.
How about some mercenaries? Oh, okay.
So I'll actually keep the names, making Inky. But I'll pretty much swap these two effects. We have every attack causes a free slime. Actually also works for buildings, so he has insane push power. But the majority of his damage of his attacks would be like 90% magical because of slime.
Your spirit is strong. Double kill. Triple kill.
Let's attack this fort. If you're sure.
Hero of the storm.
I just noticed we have 2 gas left.
Fight for the future.
Double kill. Triple kill. Quad kill.
Oops. Sorry. I see.
So this one is every attack will cause a slime
To you mortals.
to trigger.
MVP.
That's actually a huge buff for pushing. And then toxic buildup, we are reworking this too. Slime slow effect can now stack. It's very oppressive. We have tougher fish, and then we probably have the last new bubble talent, which will be, let's just call this like aquarium. Aquarium safety bubble duration increased by 100%, so 4 seconds. So that rejuvenating bubble will also work. I believe that's just a percentage regen per second. Yeah, it just heals 10% per second. Wait. 1 per second. The last 2 seconds, right? 2. Okay, let's just reward. Rejuvenating bubble is heal is 20% of max HP per second, just to clarify. So it works with the duration talent. So we moved those two. We added... So we added this one, aquarium. Increased bubble duration. Tougher fish, stays there probably. More damage and it's tankier. And then that third thing, we would probably still have fish tank. Rejuvenating bubble. This is like a sustain stuff. Which means at 7 we actually need to keep slippery when wet. This is AoE, puffer fish, cast, and then we have slippery when wet. Okay, the last one we would add is fish oil. Fish oil can be 13. That one is actually up here. So removing this thing pretty much is in here a stacking stronger slow. And then at 7 we would have a pufferfish AoE talent. Let's just look at pufferfish. AoE is 4.5. It's actually pretty big. Let's just say a 20% increase in radius. Let's just call this blobfish. Pufferfish has 20% increased area of effect. And I think that's all for Murky. Let's check it out. We have the quests. We have upgrade to his trait at 4. We have a pufferfish quest. Deals bonus damage over time. These things at 7. And then this is some sustain. Okay, so Murky is done. Lastly, we have Nazeebo for today. Nazeebo is from Diablo. He's another hero. So we can check out the Witch Doctor. class. And where his abilities originated from. I'll just do tier first. He is high. Good damage. Amazing structure damage. Orb Spiders also deals amazing DPS. And he scales with his traits. He's just amazing at damage. And Superstition is a good counter to range poke. Familiarity high. He used to be my main. And I love to split push with him. So his abilities, we have let's go over heroics first. We have Gargantuan, which is one of his summons. He has a few summons. This is his singular big one, Gargantuan. You cannot control this summon in HOTS other than the stomp. So it's pretty defensive, it doesn't chase. That's fine.
The battle begins. Are you
It's better to drop it for pushing than for teamfight because, like I said, it doesn't move far from its leash. We have the upgrade Humongoid. Stronger Stomp. The passive lets you have like a 20-second uptime out of 30 seconds, which is very high, 2/3 uptime. I'd probably remove that and just, again, have it be a stronger effect. We can see Humongoid is increases its damage and it can splash with attacks. Kind of makes sense that they chose to have it be a stronger stomp in HOTS. But we can maybe go over the rest of the runes and see if we wanted to change the effect. I'll mention in Diablo, the Witch Doctor is... He was the summoning class. He also has a support for his team or for his summons with like Big Bad Voodoo. And he has some debuffs, some dots. He still has burst damage. Actually, does he? Barely. Yeah. So yeah, just mainly dots.
Excellently done.
Ha! A good fight.
You have toppled a keeper. Choose a talent. Very good.
I am renewed.
Well done.
There is always hope. Your strategy is working. I shall not waver.
You're holding
I
back.
am renewed.
Don't.
Hero eliminated. Wounds have been mended.
Impressive.
I'm impressed.
So Nazeebo's other hero is Ravenous Spirit.
Victory.
That's not really a thing in Diablo. The closest would be like,
MVP.
let's see. Maybe this thing? Spirit Barrage Phantasm? Or Manito? But yeah, I'll keep the ulti. I don't want to change it too drastically. So that one is more for the team fight. It lasts long, it's good damage, it was just channeling is the drawback. We have Ravenous Spirit and Gargantuan. His abilities are Corpse Spiders, which is right here. Throws a jar, makes spiders. And HOTS, I know they made this. It used to be, it always creates the spiders, but now it has to hit something. But I believe they increased AoE to compensate slightly. Let's go over all the abilities first, and then we can go over the talents. We have Zombie Wall, which is Wall of Death with Wall of Zombies. No, not Wall of Zombies. Surrounded by death, It creates a ring of zombies. Yeah, that's zombie wall. Yes, plague of toads. Again, stop changing it to black. Which is right here. He just releases toads. Yeah, that's it. And the cone explodes when they collide. That's correct. And then voodoo ritual is probably it's passive somewhere. Voodoo ritual, not really a thing. Let's check voodoo ritual. Okay, not really a thing. It's passive. It's more like a blood ritual, I guess. Gets not blood ritual. Grave injustice. It's like grave injustice. He gets life and mana and cooldown reduction when he kills stuff. Which for here they just made him poison stuff. And he is effectively like the only guy who really focuses on last hitting in HOTS because of his trait. He just needs to hit them with pretty much within 6 seconds of them dying. So you have a very big window. Root ritual. So let's go over. Maybe let's go over some things I'll just mention. Ice block, I'll probably remove that one. Soul Harvest is an active he has. I can show that later. I like quests at 1. This Diablo hero has quests. So I'm going to mention, I would move Vile Infection to 1. So it does literally nothing until you hit the reward, 175 stacks. Then the dot gets a lot stronger. And then I'll probably do something about Thing of the Deep. This is also, I know what the reference this is, I will show it to you later. Well, let's talk about heroics first. Let's look at the heroic upgrades. We have Gargantuan. It gets stronger. Right now it just has stronger stall. Yeah, here's kind of the stomp. It just does the slow in HOTS. The damage matches the attack. Poor Man's Finger actually makes 3 of them. It's no picture. They're actually stronger than single one. We could maybe have a slow amount increased to 50%. So yeah, let's just have a stronger Gargantuan. Like very strong, because it can only stay in its area. And let's call it a Restless Giant. Where Gargantuan gets, let's say, increased attack speed and damage. Let's say Restless Giant Gargantuan gets 20% increased MS and AS and 50% increased damage. And 50% increased attack damage, increased damage. So that would apply to its basic attacks and stomp. It just hits a lot harder now and slightly faster. Instead of focusing on the stomp more. Well, the stomp now has increased damage, right? So it just attacks for a lot harder DPS. It's about 80% bonus DPS with increased damage and increased attack speed. So yeah, that's fine. We have Annihilating Spirit. It reduces their healing and increases its damage. Let's just look at... Where is it? Spirit Barrage. Let me just double check that it's not based on any ability I can think of. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I'll just mention his other ultimates. He has what I said, the strong ally buff, and big summon, and minion count. Those are like his other ultimates. Back to Spirit Barrage. Instead of dealing direct damage, Spirit Barrage now accumulates on the target. Oh, I might actually do something like that. So let's see how we ward this. We have the Barber, which is a unique dagger or ceremonial knife. So we will say this Ravenous Spirit damage is only dealt when the ability ends. With 200% increased of strength, with 200% damage. Ravenous Spirit damage is only dealt when the ability ends with 200% damage. So it delays the damage of this damage over time. So if you stack all 8 seconds, right, this will be 16, 17, 18, 40 damage. You can see he actually kills himself with that. if you stack 8 seconds and then it ends, it double damage, so it deals 3600. That's what the enemy gets for staying in its range. Yeah, because Annihilating Spirit increases its damage over time. It takes, like, let's see how fast it takes. 2 times a second. Annihilating Spirit gets about 10% damage per hero per second. Okay, yeah. So this 20, it also benefits him if he gets interrupted. Then the damage goes off earlier. So yeah, that's fine. We might need new 20s there. I said I'll move Vial Infection to 1 because it's a quest. Bad Medicine is this passive. I think it reduces the enemy damage, yeah. This thing, it makes him very tanky. It feels very out of place, so I'd probably remove Bad Medicine. Because this is actually very strong. Even though you lose stacks. You become very tanky. So let's see, so we're done with the heroics. We can move on to each basic ability. We have Corpse Spiders. Let's look over the Corpse Spider effects. We have Widowmakers, increases damage. So yeah, Widowmakers is fine. This is going to get stacks against heroes. And then we have Hexed Crawlers. This is, well, very good in ARAM at least. Pretty much infinite sustain. I mean, he gets mana per hit. We could kind of keep that, I guess. You have the dash, very a big one. Deals damage around it. Flows. I mean, we have that onto the yards, so. And then Rocker is a set that's related to animals. So spiders are included. That's where the name Spirit of a Rocker came from. The Spider Colony actually increases the DPS or his total sustained output of damage because it reduces his cooldown. I'll probably remove Spider Colony. And I'll probably have this slow, the Spider Queen's Grasp, as a replacement. I'll take off the slow from that and make the slow very heavy. You can see, let's increase the duration by 1 second, increases their attack damage. They last very short. I'll probably just remove the duration bonus and keep it increase attack damage. So let's from 3 to 4 seconds, that is about a 33% increase in total damage. That's... So yeah, let's boost the 25% damage. And since we also took off the slow, let's boost it even more to, let's say, 40% damage. We say remove jar slow. Remove jar slow and bonus duration. Bonus damage is now 40% increase. Maybe, let's say... So their damage, it used to be 100%, right? 125%. Okay, with the quest maxed over 5 seconds. 125 times 5 is 625% damage per single spider. Base is 100 times 4, 400%. So 625 divided by 400 is 56% increase in total damage. So let's just make this 50%. I would keep hexed crawlers because it seems he has a sustain thing of a rune, Spirit of Rakir. There's more spiders. And then I will replace Spider Colony with the Spider Queen's Grasp. Where Corpse Spider's Jar. Jar impact slows by 50% for 2 seconds. Also pretty hefty slow. The 2 seconds is half the uptime of the spiders. Pretty much guarantees they get off a lot of hits. They last 4 seconds. Uptime is already half. That's fine. I like it. Next we have... And Superstition also has something spider related, but we can get to that later. We also have... Next we have Zombie Wall, which is... wait a second. Yeah, Wall of Death. Okay, this is the Zombie Wall. We have Dead Rush. They actually start moving. I don't know why it's just 5. Because it makes... about 8, I think. It's 9 zombies. About half of them attack. So we have... I mean, that fits. Yeah, Dead Rush is... deals 100% more damage. Maybe let's change Dead Rush to slightly less damage. Dead Rush. Reduce damage bonus to 50%, cut by half, but all remaining zombies will uproot. Pretty much doubles the number that uproots. Because I'm not sure which out of the 5 will uproot, so let's make... if you don't kill any of the zombies, they all uproot. Reduce damage bonus to 50%, but all remaining zombies will uproot. Is it because there's too many summons is the problem? I mean, they're pretty small in collision. It should be fine. We have Ring of Poison. It lasts longer. And it deals a dot inside, which you can see through Ring of Poison. Yeah, that one fits. Ring of Poison. We could probably have a third zombie wall talent somewhere. Because 2 I feel like is lacking. So we can have a slow on the zombies. Maybe let's actually split Dead Rush and let's have a new one called Necrosis. Which is zombie wall damage increased. Let's actually have this damage increased by 100%. And slows by 20% for 3 seconds. Okay, let's make this like, let's say 50% damage. Remove damage bonus and Necrosis is from the Helltooth Harness set. Applies slow and extra damage, sure. So we have zombie wall damage increased by 50% and slows by 20 and slows movement by 20% for 3 seconds. Then Dead Rush just makes them uproot. And then we have Ring of Poison. There's just extra damage inside the ring. Okay. So then next we have Plague of Toads. And then the quest is Pandemic. It releases more toads and it reduces the enemy's damage. We have, let's see, Toad's Pierce. This thing, Confusion. Confusion is like, it's pretty much a stun. Get mana. Homing explodes twice. Oh, there really isn't anything that I can use. So we have Pandemic. So yeah, the reducing the enemy damage, that's like bad medicine. Also built into here. Let's just leave it like that. So we have Pandemic. Loads of Hugeness is amazing at sieging. I'll probably leave that. Guardian Toes, he gets tankier. Maybe explode twice. How am I? Wait, how does it sound? They home. After hitting the first enemy, jump to nearby. Load. So this is his defensive tier. I might actually have the double explosion. Yeah, I also might remove the 2 charges. Because that's mainly to just keep up the stacks of this one and this one. There's no reason why it has charges. Oh, because I added a huge buff in terms of having it explode twice. Let's actually remove the second charge. We have Pandemic, Codes of Hugeness, and lastly we have Ringho Flare. Plague of Toads explodes twice with a 0.25 second delay. This is probably definitely a 16 since it deals double damage now. Plague of Toads explode twice. Explode twice with a 0.25 second delay. So yeah, you have it's effective at the tip with Toads of Hugeness. So this makes it even better for sieging, and it's pretty hard to use effectively in a team fight. We're removing Guardian Toads because he has like your pick your defensive tier. I don't really need that. And this is pretty boring. Oh, we have this one. double-toed explosion. And then we can look at his passives, I guess. This one, okay, let's maybe talk about the other things first. Thing of the Deep is this item that increases his cast range by a lot. Thing of the Deep, or increases pickup range, but that's unique to that item. So in HOTS, it increases cast range. So let's actually buff that, but remove the quest. Thing of the Deep. Remove quest and reward. Cast range bonus to, let's say like 40%. So it literally does one thing, it increases cast range. I don't know if it makes the toads go farther. Okay, yeah, I assume it does. We might also buff this to not be a level 1 thing. This could maybe be like a 13 talent or something. Or maybe 20? I'll need a reminder that we need level 20 talents. And let's talk about Soul Harvest. Is this active? Soul Harvest. He just gets increased intelligence. In HOTS they made it spell power, which is matching, and increased health. He actually gets tank here. Percentage based, which actually works with his trait, making him insanely tanky with Soul Harvest. And it counts as a heal, I believe. Which makes it very insane. But the weird part is that he needs to be in melee range, and none of his other abilities really make sense being in melee range, so I might just remove Soul Harvest. Because he just has to run up to things and then hit Soul Harvest. Also, you can Soul Harvest off structures. It's any enemy, which feels kind of weird. Draining the soul of a building. But let's go on. Let's look at his passives, see if we can see anything interesting. Damage reduction. We don't bring zombie dogs into HOTS. The Necromancer has more weaker summons than what they chose to implement in HOTS. Increases mana. I need that. Something with globes. Yeah, we can definitely have this. Picking up a regeneration globe increases spell power. This is like what Li Ming had in Power Hungry. We definitely have Gruesome Feast. And since I removed the spell power off Thing of the Deep, we can have it here. Gruesome Feast. Picking up a regeneration globe increases spell power by 10% for 15 seconds. Stacks. %, for 15 seconds stacks. So I can show Li Ming's is like it's loading. Okay, Li Ming's Power Hungry is 10% for 20 seconds, but it doesn't stack, it only refreshes the duration. For Nazeebo, I will make it stack. You know, you also don't get the more mana part, but you only get spell power. But stacks. Stacks up to 5 times. Let's say it increases spell power by 10% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Let's say regeneration globes. Regeneration globes increase spell power by 10% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Which is 50% spell power. But the chance of you gain 5 stacks is super hard. Gruesome Feast, that's an interesting passive. We have Blood Ritual, which he has it in name, Blood Ritual. He heals more when they die. And takedowns give more stacks. This one, effect-wise, it works a lot differently. Okay, we could say reduce the mana cost. It regenerates extra life. Reduces mana cost of abilities. But using basic abilities. But using abilities reduces his maximum health by 1%. So he can spam more, and he actually doesn't get sustain. You need to find it elsewhere. Maybe? Let's just write that down. We have... Well, that's not a trait thing, that's an other thing. Blood Ritual. Abilities. Cost 20% less mana, but lose 1%, which is like what, 15 health? It's not that much if you think about it. But lose 1% of max HP when casting abilities. Abilities cost 20% less mana, but lose 1% of max HP when casting abilities. So he can spam more, but he loses a tiny bit of HP. Bad Medicine is kind of in Pandemic for free. I'll be Handler, not really matters. Pierce the Veil. Another thing with the drawback, increased damage and mana cost. This is his resurrection talent. He enters the spirit realm and he's healed. We don't mention the fetishes here. He gets mana. I kind of like Blood Ritual as thematic for his mana related issues. This one gives mana regen. This one's for summons. Yeah, Grave Injustice is... More like this one. We might actually make this a 20 and flip it with, pretty much flipped with Blood Ritual and Vow Infection. We call this Grave Injustice. Enemies that died during Voodoo Ritual restore 1% of HP and mana and reduce all cooldown by 1. So the heal is slightly less, but we also have the cooldown reduction. Enemies that die during Voodoo Ritual restore 1%. Store 1% HP and mana. Restore 1% HP, mana, and minus 1 second of cooldown reduction. Maybe let's just make it 2 lines because it's super wardy. So let's just maybe just copy the text. If an enemy dies while poisoned by Voodoo Ritual, restore 1% of max HP and mana, and all cooldowns are reduced by 1 second. So this lets him push and refund very efficiently. I think this is definitely a 20. Let's keep going. Cooldown reduction, confidence ritual. Deals increased damage for close range. One increases his dot duration. How many duration? I mean, all his abilities actually have duration. So I was thinking 50% for all abilities. If spider turns into 6 seconds, this is 4.5. Let's actually remove the bonus duration off a ring of poison. Remove bonus duration. Damage is over 3 seconds. This one 6, 9. Yeah, I mean even this one does more damage. Yeah, I would actually think about that one too. This would be Creeping Death. It can be an other, I guess. Creeping Death. All abilities have 50% increased duration. DPS stays the same. It's not like you reduce the damage. This is definitely also a 20. Let's finish this up. We have... You get armor when there are enemies close to you. Wait, yeah, when there are enemies close to you. And extra summons, we don't talk about that. Let me just check out what do we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I can have space for one more. Let's see what I didn't go over. Big Voodoo increases the trade bonus. I believe it's not retroactive. It could be retroactive. We don't really need something like Big Voodoo. There's also Superstition. Is a defensive thing. He doesn't really have any defensive. Thing. Moving Ice Block, and we have Soul Harvest. I said that I like him walking up close to enemies. We can check out his other abilities that are a utility. He has a Fear, Horrify. But I'm probably gonna pick something passive. That's Hex. I think, yeah, here's Toad of Hugeness. This big Toad right there. Enormous. Oh yeah, Manajuma's Way is very notable. Might actually have this. I'll talk about it really soon. Let me just keep going. Mass Confusion. We have Piranhas, which is a pool. Okay, so he can turn into a chicken, right? And he gets increased MS, but he can't attack. So we can actually make this a mount thing where he gets increased MS. It's really drastic, so let's call this Let's just call it Mana Juma's Way. Mana Juma's. Or Angry Chicken. Mounting turns into a chicken with 20% bonus MS. And you can explode when you dismount. And deal a healthy amount of damage upon dismount. And deal X damage on dismount. Mount turns into a chicken with 20% width plus 20% MS. Deals like... what's a... it hits pretty hard, I believe. Let's say... 150 damage. So it's just explodes around him for AoE. So yeah, you can initiate with this if you want, or just use the MS to travel around. Mount turns into a chicken with plus 20% MS. Deals 150 damage on dismount. Do we want to call it Angry Chicken? No, let's just leave that name like that. So that's his 17th talent. He has enough. So let's start putting things down. We have the quests. Widowmakers stays at 1. We have Pandemic. I didn't touch that really. And then we have Vile Infection from 20 to 1. Next we have, let's put the 20 talents. We have Grave Injustice. Very good sustain and lets him spam against waves. Only when he's 20 though, but he can push very efficiently. He also has Creeping Death. It boosts every ability, just the duration. All abilities have 50% increased duration. DPS stays the same. We have Renho player is definitely a 16, explodes twice. Let's see. Hex Crawler, this is what his extra sustain. We have Hex Crawlers. Maybe... okay, we should definitely split all these 4. So 4 7s, 13, and 16. This probably has 16. Or I was thinking of maybe making Thing of the Deep a 20. You pick between 50% increased cast range or 50% increased duration. So you can't take both. And then Grave Injustice will be moved down to a 16.
As it should be.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted for that. So I kind of removed his defensive 13. I actually never made anything to compensate for that. He is now back to being a pretty squishy range assassin. Other than the fact his trait increases his health and mana. Oh yeah, see, Blood Ritual works as a nice whole number for all his abilities because all abilities are actually a multiple of 5 in mana cost. And I can so for every 5 cost the ability is, you take off 1 mana. So it should always be a whole number. So I think I will have 2 ability upgrades every tier. And the third one is usually the passive. Because I have so many for Nazeebo. Yeah, and for Mana Juma's Way, you deal damage when the enemy dismounts you, but you can also offensively dismount next to the enemies. Once it deals damage.
Are you trying to show me up?
So be it. Your healing is serviceable.
So we have Thing of the Deep. It's actually 50%. It applies to all abilities, not just basic. Cast range bonus to 50% for all abilities. So we have this at 20, along with Creeping Death. I just sort this alphabetically. So you can pick all abilities have 50% increased duration. Thing of the Deep, all abilities have 50% increased cast range. Raven Justice is now 16. And then let's pick one more ability at 16. Let's pick the Spider Queen's Grasp. I don't think Ring of Poison deserves to be 16. Because if the enemy's actually trapped inside, they have other problems to deal with. We have the Spider Queen's Grasp at 16. Okay, so we have, let's see, these two at 16. At 13, let's put... Or let's... Okay, let's work our way back up. This one is pretty weak. Let's have this at 4, Blood Ritual. Let's probably have this one at 7. And Gruesome Feast at 13. And then let's see, we have 2 for spiders, 3 for wall, zombie wall. Let's leave this at 13. 13, 4, and 7. This one can be 4. And, I mean 7, and this one can be 4. So we have 2 spiders, 1 toad. I think a spider goes here. Let's leave hexed crawlers. And then 1 at 7, 1 at 13. Let's keep Toads of Hugeness at 7. And then Spirit of Arakir at 13. And let's have a slight buff to it. Let's just remove the conditional. Uh, Spider count from 3 to 5. Because you only make spiders if you hit something. Yeah, just remove the hit single target so you don't have to aim super hard. So yeah, this should be Nazeebo. We removed the second charge for that because we had some buffs to Plague Toads. 3 quests. These 3, pretty minor. And then we get more interesting. 2 heroics stay the same. We get these 3. And then we have these. And then we change both to 20 heroics. This one does burst damage. And this one has more DPS. And then his other two 20s affect all abilities. We have 50% increased duration. Or 50% increased cast range. And yeah, this is Nazeebo.
2, 1. Let the battle begin.
Health returns.
Your form is on the move. Let's get on with it. The enemy has fled.
We should capture this mercenary camp.
None can stand against me.
The enemy has disappeared.
My wounds close. Health returns.
Life signs negative. Heroes unresponsive. MVP.
Commence combat preparations. My hunt continues.
Are you ready to take this show on the road?
I'm here, aren't I? Big battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin. My hunt continues.
Makes me wish I had a lighter.
I'm impressed. No one stands by your hands. Your capabilities of attack. Well fought. A pity. I will heal. Enjoy myself. Well fought. Yeah. Killing spree. A bad choice. Fear betrays you. Let us depart. My hunt continues. I'm ready to continue the hunt.
兵强，升起来吧！
Out of the way!
all for day 19. See you next time.